session is going to be sustainable land management. And before I kick on to that, I definitely want to do a quick tech check. I have Ananya, who is my facilitation assistant, with us today. So Ananya, I'm just checking in to make sure you can give me a thumbs up that you can hear okay.
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Fantastic, excellent. And for people at home, in terms of, how do we collaborate and how do we do this effectively, if possible, we'd love it if you could switch your videos on, because then we can see you in the room too. And we've put this video on the guests who are in the physical rooms. So if you're comfortable, we'd love it if your video could be on, and you will be going into breakout rooms. Obviously, when you're in the breakout room, take the heat off as well so that you can talk. But as a general rule of thumb, when we are in the forum, which is where we are now, whether you're virtually joining in the forum or you're physically joining, because we're trying to manage sound so that definitely the people at home get a good experience as well as the people in the room. As a general rule, if we're not in a breakout, I do ask if people can raise their hand before they speak, so that I can, if you're in the physical room, I can then take the microphone to you, and then your voice will be heard by the people at home. And if you're, say at home, you may be in your office, you may be in your shed, on your farm, wherever you are. If you're going to speak from the virtual sense, if you could please speak up loud and clear, so that we have got a microphone that will beam out your voice to everybody in the physical room here too. Throughout, if you've got ideas, there are post-it notes from the physical room, so please use those, and just jot down any thoughts. I will be instructing you quite often to do that. And if you're at home, please use the chat function. So on that, if we could have people who are at home, if they could just do a quick little practice of the chat, say hi, and where you're calling from today. We'd love to hear from you. Finally, it's about being honest and gathering the diversity of ideas. So you'll be doing group work today. And as a principal, I will spend time before you go into your groups that everybody should have a chance to form an opinion. So we'll be looking at what are the key challenges, or what are the greatest opportunities. So before you go into your group, you will have time to reflect and to form an opinion. So you should be going into your group with knowing what from your point of view as one individual, what you believe are the top 3 challenges and the top 3 opportunities. And it's really important to form that thought process first and think about the why, so that when you go into your group, to be a really effective collaborator, effective collaborators are 2 things. One, they are actually assertive. Sometimes people think, oh, good collaborators are easy going, yeah, whatever. No, they're not. They are assertive and they can argue their case. But there's another special thing that a good collaborator has, is they are cooperative and they are excellent listeners and they're curious. So they'll be listening to the different points of view. So I'm expecting when you go into your groups that you will definitely have an opinion and you'll be able to articulate that well. But you'll also have an openness and a growth mindset to listening to the alternative views in your group. And this is a little part of, there's a whole heap of theory behind this that I find it really fascinating, as you can probably tell. But it's a new and emerging skill, and it's quite different from competition, because excellent competitors are also very assertive, but they may not be as good at listening to others. So there's just that slight little nuance there as a new skill for us all to learn to be effective collaborators into the future. So let's kick off then with the sustainable land management and water security theme that we're going to be focusing on this morning. And so with this, just move this people box over to the side. So we'll be doing sharpening up on those key challenges. We are going to have a 15-minute breakout, and then when we come back into the large forum, I'd love to have a spokesperson to represent each of the groups, so the online groups, as well as the groups in the room. We should have at least 3, if not 4 groups in the room, and we've probably got 2 or 3 at home as well. So we've got a lot then to share back, and then we're going to just start on, we're going to see the foundational ways of working for sustainable land management and water security. But the bigger workshop around how are we practically going to do this is going to be at the tail end of this whole session today. So that's going to be at 12 o'clock. So our first session. So for most of you who were here yesterday, you should be getting into the swing of things as to how things work. So I'm going to be sharing with you first the key challenges that have surfaced so far from interviews. We've interviewed about 20 people, and in addition to that, obviously, Matt and Alicia and the project management team has spoken to many more as well. And we've had 2 workshops. So what I'm going to share with you is a summary of some of the key challenges that have surfaced so far, but there certainly will be more. And if you feel and you think that there are some key challenges that are missing, I'd love you to document and definitely speak up and share what they are, because we haven't spoken to absolutely everyone. And then, even, times changing, and sometimes it, just have that light bulb moment where you realise, and it might just be today, that you go, oh, we've actually missed the point. This is the key challenge. So absolutely speak up if you think that. And we'll be doing the same thing for the collaboration opportunities. So this is a chance when you're at home, get ready to type into the chat. And for those in the room today, this is a chance to grab a post-it note and a pen or a Sharpie. And your task, this is a quiet moment, because this is all of us thinking and forming our own opinions. So I'm going to share with you what has surfaced so far, but your task is to pick out what you believe to be the top 3 key challenges for sustainable land management and water security. So they're bundled in together, they're obviously very intertwined. And I've got here A to H, but you may think this is not an exhaustive list. So this is just, we've just pulled out the patterns of the ones that have been talked about the most. So they're not my idea or Matt's idea. This is what's come from everyone so far. If there's something missing here, this is the time we really want to hear it. So I'll rattle them off, but really think about, what do you believe, if you had to make that choice, are the top 3. So climate and disaster risks, related to land management and water security. The weeds, examples here was the prickly acacia. The pests that we have to manage, feral dogs, cats, in some instances the macropods. The little incentive to invest in our natural capital, including soil health. The fear to make changes. If you're working in food and fibre, I don't have the knowledge, I don't know what the outcomes are going to be, and it's too risky for me to make that change this year. Financially, it will be too big of a risk. This is some of the verbatim that we've been hearing. The lack of water responsibility. So what we're hearing there is that there's little incentive to actually take responsibility yourself for the water. You pay for it, but are we genuinely understanding it? The inadequate knowledge of the Australian landscape understanding. We've got a unique water systems and ancient soils, and do we truly understand these and the implications? And there's a whole bundle of them down below here. The biodiversity loss, the sediments in our waterways, the poor soil moisture retention. So I'm going to let these challenges that have surfaced so far sit with you. Think beyond these though as well. And the task is to try and narrow it down. If it was just you and you weren't collaborating and you had to just figure out what are the top 3 big challenges that are really holding us back, particularly from an inter-regional point of view. I'll give you all a minute to reflect. Absolutely. The task is definitely to identify what's missing and add to it, please. Also think about the challenges that run across all of the regions. So broaden that frame of reference to beyond the region where you reside. Think, from Whitsundays out to Longreach and beyond. Shared challenges. So please use the chat if you're at home to document those challenges. You can see that starting to come through. And if you're in the physical room with me today, please use your post-it note, but know that we're going to collect. So if you can pop your name in it, that would be great. If you're at home, I'd love to see a bit more in the chat, please. Even if it's just one. Okay, is there somebody in the room who would like to share just one of the key challenges that they see? Great. And I'll be shortly asking somebody at home as well. So climate collapse is number one. The second one I put is short-term thinking. We can't seem to think beyond the next electoral cycle or crop cycle or whatever cycle is important to us at the time. And the last one is that the incentives are wrong. State government authorities make money by selling water, not by saving water. Electricity authorities make money by selling electricity, not finding better ways to do it. So the incentive systems are wrong. Thank you very much, Bronwyn, for challenging our thought processes on that too. So anybody else in the room before I go to our virtual friends? No? Okay. Have we got anybody online? Okay. We've got, sorry, I'm confused there, Alicia. Is there someone? Ian, if you're online, we'd love to hear from you, please. Thank you. You can come off mute.
Hello.
Hi, Ian. We can hear you.
Yep. Sorry, I was just talking to somebody else. What was the question again?
So the question is, of all the key challenges in sustainable land management and water security, what do you see as, the top one or top 1, 2, or 3, but no more than that? If you had to sort of narrow it down, what's the key challenge?
I would say my number 3. It's probably coming in under Bronwyn Reid because I'm signed in under her login. Yep. But it's political adversity, because the science is well proven. They know what's happening with the climate, and yet they refuse to take the correct, they're not even difficult decisions, they're the correct decisions for our future sustainability.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that. Okay, so have we got anybody else online to share? Okay, well, we've got someone else in the room. Yeah?
Stock management and stock movement has got to change. In natural systems, grazing land gets grazed one day a year. The stock are always moving. And that gives you biodiversity. And the weed topic up there, that's just nature's cover crop. It's trying to protect itself. So not really weeds at all.
Thank you very much. Well, this is great because we're going to have some good discussions, I can tell. So, and that was from Scott, is that right? Thank you, Scott. Take it.
Thanks, Jackie. Just a quick one. It's specifically for this group, but it's just to acknowledge that the production systems, legislative framework, a whole range of things are extremely different between the East and the West. And there's obvious climate change, etc., common issues, but there's also some very distinct points of difference.
So the diversity itself can be, from the regions, can be a challenge. Okay, thank you very much. Excellent. Well, hold those thoughts. Matt will be, if you're at home, please document your thoughts on what you think are the key challenges. It's going to be really key that you put some thought into that before you go into your breakup rooms. And in the room here, Matt's going to be collecting your post-it notes on that so that we can analyse that. So on to the same process, we're going to do that, same process, but this time for where are the collaborative opportunities. So same task, your task is to select the top 3 and to document those. So document them on the chat and in the room, document them on a post-it note. And again, I'm going to be sharing what has surfaced so far. So these are from interviews and from the former breakout sessions. And also we've got a poll. So I'm going to rattle those off. So use that as a springboard for you to think about what are the impactful and collaborative opportunities that we can work on across multiple regions. So here they are. We've got collaborative weed management integrated programs. So just to Scott's point here, when people were talking about this, they were talking about the more sort of invasive species. Scott, just to qualify that for you. They were talking about potentially more strategic cost defensive programs. This was particularly one that was more out west. Natural capital enhancement programs, like looking at soil health, carbon farming and dryland areas as examples. More scientific investment and commercial support towards sustainable land management. So looking at collaborative research projects, for instance, and science-based transition plans, finding role models that can demonstrate sediment control. Finding IP for Indigenous native bush foods and medicines. And what sort of protocols would need to be put in place for commercialisation. Having a pilots with landowners for integrated water management. So these were ideas about how to adopt sustainable land management principles including examples such as leaky dams and addressing the responsibility for water and understanding it. And then in addition to that, at the very last workshop, we actually did a short poll, and these 4 ideas have bubbled to the surface. So, and there's a little bit of repetition here, but this is just to show the patterns. So we've got landowners integrated water management pilot as an idea, natural capital evaluation systems, so helping landowners understand what is the value of their natural capital at this point of time and how can that improve over time. Gathering evidence, more evidence for sustainable land management farming, and reapplying knowledge so that we can have mine and land rehabilitation. So I'm going to be quiet, but I will flick back and forth between the outputs from the first workshop, which is on the first page, and the second workshop. And so your task, though, is if it was up to just you, and you didn't have to collaborate, but you got to choose what's the most impactful sort of project or program that you would like to see. And it doesn't have to be one that's here. You've got the creative license to come up with something else. So I'm sharing with you the ideas that have been surfaced so far. So your task is to come up with at least 1, if not 2 or 3, and to document them. And I can see that we've got a question from Liz. So I'm just going to go, I'll leave this here. Over to Liz. Yes, Liz. Yeah.
On the second page where your opportunities are, our table's really having a lot of trouble actually working out what they mean. So, for example, an integrated water pilot, what on earth is that?
I'll talk them through a little bit more because it was a summary. So this first page here is from the first workshop that we did in October. And then this one was a summary of a poll. So Liz was asking, what does this mean? So landowners integrated water management pilot was the idea around working together so that you can understand how looking at sustainable land management practices and examples such as looking into leaky dams and how could they do that as a collective group. So if it doesn't resonate, that's fine. It won't be one that you pick. But if it does, it can be. And then you've got the natural capital evaluation. So that's looking at what's the quality of your soil health at a point of time, and how can that be evaluated perhaps in real time in the future so that it may be worth more. So it's a way of valuing our properties and our land by looking at the natural capital being soil, the soil health in particular. The evidence for sustainable land management farming is like, how can we get more science behind this and more science investment? And how does that translate into commercial opportunities? And then the final one was reapplying knowledge that we've got for land rehabilitation programs and projects. So I'm going to be quiet now, so we've got some time to reflect. And bearing in mind that these are ideas that have come from people over the past 6 months, and you have got the opportunity to come up with your own thoughts as well. So just home in on 1 or 2 as an individual, because I'm going to be breaking you out into groups where you'll be having some discussions around this and picking just one. Okay, so the task here, if you're at home, is to select 1, 2, or 3 and jot them down into the chat so that we can understand where your energy is coming from for at least one of these projects. Okay, so we're going to end the moment of reflection and we're going to be put into some groups here now. So the task that you will have to do in our groups is that we're going to be doing, we're going to be talking about, if you had to pick just one, what's the biggest and most impactful idea that your group would like to choose? And then from that, thinking through what are the smallest executable steps of what you'd have to do in 2021 to turn that into reality. So if you're at home, I'm going to be putting you into some breakout groups. I'm just going to get that ready. And the first thing to do when you go into your breakout groups is to appoint a spokesperson for your group. Let's get that going. Okay, so if you're in the office, I'm going to be putting into your groups now, and your task is to select just one opportunity and then break out the smallest executable steps for 2021. Sorry for this. So what's the So it's about selecting what our prioritising possible idea that we were looking at before, and then what so that's what we start Sorry. Yeah.
One of those jobs that we did do was like the spokesperson. Okay, we all a little bit clear with what we're doing. So we had some of those key challenges that we talked about were around kind of disaster really test. This also had online was around also to private areas area-wide collaborative clusters that exercise so if you
Okay, welcome back to the room. We've got our virtual guests who are coming back in now. So welcome back everyone who's been in a virtual breakout session. And I think we've actually got a couple of new people who have just joined us virtually too. So if you have just joined us, we've been in our breakout session, so you might be going, what's going on here? And in that breakout session, we've had about 4 or 5 teams, and people have been talking about, they've been making decisions, collaborative decisions. They've been picking, when it comes to inter-regional collaboration, what are the most impactful ideas or collaboration opportunities relating to sustainable land management and water security that we could start to execute and turn into an action plan. And they've been looking at what would be the smallest executable steps that we could do this year to get started. So it's been very much a process of learning how to use this skill as well and make some choices. So what we're going to be doing is we'll be going around our physical room as well as heading to the virtual rooms to hear from a spokesperson from each table what their ideas are upon the biggest, most impactful idea. So we're going to start with somebody in the physical room first. I'm going to head over to this table here, which I think, Helen, were you the scribe? I think I've just got you. It's gone to Bronwyn. Okay, fantastic. So here's our first spokesperson is Bronwyn. Okay, our group was very, the number one is about different thinking, changing paradigms. And at the moment, our economic paradigm is jobs and growth. We have to grow, grow, grow. But that has the presumption that our land and our water resources are infinite. But everyone in this room knows they're not. Has anyone heard of donut economics? Yes, Jackie has. It's a different economic paradigm. There's another person nodding head over here that says that if you think of a donut, the dough part of the donut is where needs are satisfied and the planet is not stressed. The inside of the donut is where people are hungry, thirsty, sick, where needs are not being met. The outside of the donut is where we've pushed our ecosystems too hard, too far. And just Google it when you get out of here. But it's a different way of thinking about economics. Amsterdam has actually adopted donut economics as its future planning paradigm going forward after the pandemic. So it's about a different way of thinking. We all in this room, we all know what we're talking about. We're all on board. We're singing from the same hymn sheet. It's carrying the rest, everyone else with us. And so we need a new paradigm for people to think through. As a step to doing that, David pointed out the Federal Drought Innovation Hubs. That's a very practical forum which will be taken notice of by government, where we can lobby, advocate for the sort of things that we're talking about here in this room. Thank you very much for sharing that. And as a task, this team have done a great job of picking just one, and they've put in place some smallest executable steps as well. So if you can all gather, at the end we'll be collecting your individual notes as well as that as well. So let's have a look at another team here. So we've got Digby. You've lost Scott. Where's he gone? Okay, well, I'll come back to you, so in case Digby and Matt have got additions to it. So let's go to this side here, and we will be going online after this group. So who's our spokesperson? Nathan, in the deep end. Okay, thanks very much, Nathan. If you can share with us the biggest, most impactful idea that your group thinks.
Okay, so we've agreed with the landowners pilot programs like leaky dams. Successful pilot programs such as that, they're effective demonstrators. So it works on, you know, a few levels for people that just like the theory side of things, but also other people that don't really like reading. They just want to get out and see what's happening so they can do comparisons of schemes that work versus, you know, adjacent properties that mightn't be doing so well in the same sort of area. We also noted that it can support commercial decision making for people to go out there and look at the differences. You know, they can start to get a feel and assess what work and what money needs to go into a scheme like that, particularly if you want to make it do the same thing, a similar thing on a larger scale. We've also highlighted the need to get educational tour groups through these pilot programs to get a bigger awareness across a wider community. So we've put down not only landholders, but maybe student groups and the wider community, city councillors, etc., and also from other regions. So it was mentioned that once you start bringing in people from other regions, you get more ideas as well as input. So that's good. A challenge was building an economic case to extend a pilot program to a larger area. And that's great.
Yeah, fantastic. I think you guys have really broken it down into some practical steps as well. So let's go online to see what the virtual breakout group has. Yeah, there was one big. Okay. Okay. Alicia, do you want to come over here, because I think if I go too close, it's going to go. The speaker won't like it. So yeah, you can speak here, and then your team can see you as well. Okay.
So hopefully I do this right. Usually I play that background role where I really love it. So up here now, we had a really good discussion, which I think goes back to some of those foundation matters that we need to ensure that we've got right before we start moving forward as well. So we had talks around the shared cultural practices, so being mindful of country and having a greater understanding of cultural values, cultural practices, and how that we can tag them into what we are actually doing. Ian talked about the political will, so having those foundational matters, having those steps towards how we build collaboration that actually builds that political will to move forward. Being mindful of country, so as an outset, being mindful of what we're doing around our sustainable land use practices and water security, and how that relates back to being mindful of cultural practices, older practices that may not, that may actually be beneficial into the future. Looking at area-wide groups, so a form of cluster, something that has worked well in this region in the past, where we've had industry problems and come together as groups to solve those problems. Coal mines, so we've had an example around where an industry cluster or an area-wide group could work well is around some of the issues, solving some of the issues and problems that we have in other sectors like mining, where we have some contaminants like sulphur or overburden that is high in carbon, which will build other industries out of that, where they can, I think it's Ridley's Food might have been mentioned, about taking the use of the sulphurs, and they can make licks and those kind of animal feed substitutes out of that. And then the offset of that was the carbon that was being retained and could be used within soil management. We talked about also disaster management. So I think this sort of fits into where we talk about our human resources development. So there's still some fundamentals that we need to get right. around ensuring that we're managing for disaster and climate change and building the capacity. We've got early adopters, but we need support and help for people to take up and adapt some of those changes that are needed. And the financial incentives work into that as well. So how did I go, team? Did I capture everything? Got any thumbs up from the people there?
All good.
Looks like you did good. Okay, let's go back to the room. So let's head up to the back of the room. I think, Izzy, are you the spokesperson? No, who's the spokesperson here? Whoops. Liz? Liz is the loudest.
So I didn't want to actually say this, but it does discuss chirp. So we had 2 chirp people here who felt uncomfortable about that. So our key area we selected was the mining and land rehabilitation. The first addressable step that we identified was to replicate the model that's used at the Claremont open cut mine, where you have the landholders and scientists and council integrated in with the planning of mine rehabilitation and operations, and that's linked in with the landholder contracts, KPIs for staff and in legislation, and to replicate that to other mine sites. So it's very much in a similar vein to the area-wide management type concept that Alicia mentioned. Going forward, we really, so we strongly believe that there's an opportunity to, well, it's not really to build on the chirp model, because chirp's always had this at its core, but one of the issues around mining land rehabilitation is power and who owns the truth of what's really going on. So, and we discussed a lot about Ensham Mine Void and how some people believe there's an issue around water quality issues, other things as, you know, it's a waste not being able to have this amazing big new dam with new water in it. So the debate is unable to be had at an informed level because everyone is working on very different perspectives of knowledge and information that are quite polarised. So expanding the chirp model and building and supporting chirp, who bring together all of the stakeholders across natural resources, including economic development, mining, and science and environment, and actually establishing a hub where all of those resources can come together and find a negotiated and shared knowledge.
Fantastic, guys. We've got nods from the team. And it would cost $500,000. Good. And what I love about this too is that this team were thinking about if you could rehabilitate land that's been used for mining, that knowledge could then be shared across the region and reapplied, not just to other mines, but also, I guess, even for just land that's been deteriorated. You know, so that if you can do it for the worst, well, not worst, but, you know, if it's a bigger challenge, then how can you reapply that to just, you know, land that's just not at its optimum? Thanks so much, guys. Okay, so who are we up to? We're up to Digby, and you got your partners back. Okay, so is it you, Digby, or is it Scott who's going to be sharing? Okay, over to you, Digby.
Thank you. So our kind of objective was water infiltration to soil profiles. What we thought would be the best steps in 2021 would be codes of practices, educating farmers about systems of how to do this, and pilot farms, so the evidence around showing people who want to improve their land value or their soil value really. And we had down commercial versus regenerative, so whatever that means. So yeah, so you kind of want a mix of the two. So you want to be commercial, so you're So kind of our steps we need to do to make it more possible would be the collaboration with farmers. So farmers collaborating and showing each other their experience of doing or practices of water infiltration, or their own practices of land management and livestock management. Also sharing data with government as a map of percentage of water infiltration over Central Queensland. So people can go on to Department of Agriculture and Fisheries and see a map where what locations or whatever farms have higher percentages of water infiltration and so on. From all that, you'll probably, or hopefully from doing that and following those codes of practices and doing them systems, hopefully your land value will be higher because of the higher soil value and nutrition that ends up having that, but you obviously need the science behind that to prove it.
Right. Really, really practical. Very, very practical, and you've done a good job of breaking it down into the smallest executable steps as well. So we still have another table to hear from. So we've got, I believe the spokesperson is Jocelyn this time. No, she's delegated. She's delegated to Stephen. So over to you, Stephen, to share with us the biggest, most impactful project.
Ours was water again. So we put down smart access and use of water as essential for economic growth. So we put down as an executable step, instigate a new engagement platform between water and that new department, between that department and all the ag stakeholders to maximise the economic agenda as part of regulation. In isolation, regulators aren't known necessarily as being practical or fit for purpose. So that was our take. And we're just going to quickly jump in on the cluster fencing one as I guess a light bulb around cluster fencing was just posing the question of, do we actually really need right now more cluster fencing, or do we need those supporting mechanisms for those in cluster fencing to maximise the growth and return on investment that's already been made? One of the greatest sales and marketing tools we'll have for growth of more cluster fencing will be when they look over the fence and there's exponential growth in ROI for people who are in it. So we may have already got the early adopters in the mid-time. The late adopters will be a harder sell, and perhaps that's a mechanism we can do to get it.
Well, they couldn't choose. They got two big impactful projects in there. Thank you very much. Now, have I missed? No, I've done you guys, done everybody. Yeah, we're all done. Okay. So any reflections now listening to everybody that would like to be made? Yes, we've got Alicia, you're going to have to come over here. It doesn't like it.
I suppose one of the interesting points that Suzanne raised is the way we view and think about some of the programs and policies that we run out. So something that struck me in the discussion that we were just having was around the cluster fencing and how we think of it as cluster fencing for sheep, but potentially how Indigenous may think about it is kangaroo fencing. Susan, I don't know if you're comfortable about giving us your comments on that, but I'd appreciate it if you were comfortable enough just to share those comments.
Susan, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that. I was sharing with the group. You know, one of the biggest challenges is when you come into spaces like this, being the only black fella in the room, and I wonder how if we reverse that, you know, and how I see the world is very different, and what we're doing out here. But when I suppose how we sustained this country for, you know, the many millennia before settlement, and, you know, the balance and the understanding of that. And for us, I suppose it's about being given the opportunity to share our wisdom around land management practices. And I'm witness to now we've almost 2 years on the property, in seeing what we've been able to achieve out here through our carbon project and restoring the springs, but also doing cell grazing, you know, and storing, you know, but we don't have feral pest issues. You know, everything lives in harmony, so we don't have a cluster fence around us. We're not even impacted by the, you know, if the dogs, you know, need to go beyond where they are, you know, but I do notice that we've got a lot more carnage on the road from our macropods, from our kangaroos. So for me, I suppose the cluster fencing idea, you know, my great-great-grandfather built the first lot of dog fences through this district, and they seem to have worked then, but I think we've gone overboard now in the sense of, you know, looking at this, the amount of cluster fences, you know, the height that those cluster fences are. You know, I don't know of a dog that could jump that high, so hence why we sort of see them as more roo fences and emu fences than they are for dog fences. And so yeah, so thank you for the opportunity to share that, you know, and that we just wait to have the opportunity to be able to share our Indigenous land management practices. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, for sharing on both counts there, your points. And I can't help but want to connect into the project that was shared by Liz's group at the back there of how to rehabilitate the land from mines. It would be great to get someone like you with that wisdom behind you to advise, and Liz is nodding her head enthusiastically at the back of the room. So awesome ideas for really leaning on that powerful ancient knowledge. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Any other reflections from online? If anyone would like to just share, you know, now that you've heard other people's points of view, you know, what was the collaboration experience like too? Did you all just go, yeah, we all agree, or did you actually have some healthy argy-budgy, you know, some sort of situations where you weren't all necessarily agreeing and you had to sort of come to some sort of conclusion? Did anyone have that experience? Sounds like everyone's just hunky-dory. No. No, they're all happy. What about this table here? Were you all just happy straight away? Happy to pick one? No, they're not quite. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can dig into that later, because it is one of those things that when you're collaborating, finding alignment is can be a challenge. So just thought I'd reflect on that. Okay. So at this point, it'd be awesome if everyone, now that you've heard not just the most impactful idea from your table, but also you've heard about it from the other tables, including the virtual table. So I'd love everyone to just, now that you've heard everything, if you had to pick the one, can you please just jot that down? Jot it down in the chat. And this is a prioritisation process. I'd just like everyone to pick just one thing that we could be working on over the next 5 years. So it might be what your group did, or it may be you've heard and listened to the other groups and you think, actually, that is really impactful. I wish our group had outlined that. We just want to be able to quantify this a little bit. So jot it in the chat, or if you're in the room, just jot it down on a post-it, and Matt will be coming around to collect these, as well as to collect all of your other post-it notes as well. Excellent. Well, the final part of this workshop, before we get into our final two workshops of today, is to start thinking about the foundational ways of working, which is, you know, we've come up with all these fantastic programs and ideas with a bit of a 5-year outlook, but how are we practically going to work together? So I'm going to be seeding this idea with you all, so you can start to think about your project in particular, and use this tool, which is called a Wi-Fi. Well, what's in it for everyone? So for your project, think about who would the stakeholders need to be? And I know some of you have started to touch on this already. Who would need to be, invited to participate? What are the assets, the skills, the contributions, does this program that you've outlined, are you a part of it? Or is, the business that you work for, or the organisation, or the government department, or is it you as an individual, or is it somebody else? So just start thinking about who are the stakeholders, or is it tapping into people like Suzanne, for instance? We're just sort of tapping into that wisdom, or just think about for the project that you guys had outlined, who would need to be the stakeholders. And then as you think about this, think about what do they need to bring? What do each of these people need to bring? Are they bringing a skill, money? Are they bringing networks, time? So that's the give. And then the final part is, what does each of those stakeholders, if they're giving, generally, when people give, they do generally expect, or an organisation, some sort of a return. So it might be financial return. What's the get? It doesn't need to be financial. It might be credit or kudos, or it could be, value that we've created for our community, a social impact, or sustainability impact. What's a commercial need as well? So the reason why we're doing this is so that this is the framework. So for any project, and we're transferring skills at this point, is that when we think about collaboration, we start to outline from the very beginning, what is it that each of the stakeholders need to give and what they also need to get. Because if we can have a really good understanding of that get, you're going to have a better chance of a collaboration leading to success. And it's the number, I've been doing a lot of research on why collaborations fail. And one of the number one reasons why they fail is because people don't take the time to understand what the other stakeholders need to get. Alicia's nodding, one of those deep nods. In front of the camera, thank you. Okay, so we're going to do this. This is our last workshop where we're actually going to play on this, but I wanted you all just to reflect. It's a reflective exercise. In this physical room here, we've got people having a bit of a chat about it. So we've actually got time. I could put the people in the virtual room all back into the room just for a few minutes. Won't be long, but just so that you can talk about for the project that you'd outlined, what do you think? Who do you think the stakeholders would be? And what do they need? What would they need to get? So virtual groups, I'm going to pop you back in. Just going into a virtual. Okay, we've got our virtual friends are coming back to join us. So welcome back, everybody. And I might, Alicia, if you can just point that camera this way. Fantastic. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good experience using the Wi-Fi, which is the what's in it for everyone. So we're at the tail end of this workshop. We will be doing this Wi-Fi in more detail at 12 o'clock across a number of the different themes. But for this session, we've got time just to share two. So I've just asked Digby to share with us for their project, which was all about soil and water infiltration. He's going to share with us who he thinks the key stakeholders would be, what they would give and what they would get. He's not going to cover all of the stakeholders, but he's just going to outline a couple so that we can get a feel for how the Wi-Fi works. Thanks, Digby.
Thank you. So our stakeholders would be people who are developing virtual fencing. We found a problem that was the cost of them collars that go around cattle's neck or livestock necks, and it was $300 per head. What the solution would be is to get it down to $30. Our stakeholders would be the also universities and people doing the virtual fencing. If they could collaborate, that would probably be the best way. University could help fast tracking the tech and ag industry, and what they're getting out of it is the volume of customers being able to supply multiple products, or not multiple products, but the product to multiple people. And we need scientific production behind it, so they need to be able to reevaluate their product, redesign it, and so it's repriced cheaper. So, and making it affordable for broad ecosystems. The give and the get is the give is a tech investment, and the get is the volume of customers, brand/company image improvement, and universities have high interest in innovation into ag. A couple more points are education for university students and rural students. So getting that exposure from people in Brisbane and so on like that for ag science and ag tech. And it creates a whole new industry that's, what, a couple $100 million, I think, well, most likely. There's 24 million cattle in Australia at the moment, and times that out by 30 is 170 million, something like that. So big goal, but it's a starting space.
Fantastic, Digby. Well, that's all we have time for sharing back, because we're going to be working on this in more detail in the last session. So you've all had a really good head start. So keep it to hand, because we will be going back to this for our last session. So the final part of this workshop is to have an appetite poll. So if you recall from yesterday, if you were here, what we do at this point, I'm just going to go, is that we just basically go around the room, and for the project that you've outlined and from what you've heard, how important is sustainable land management and water security, if you were to give it a score out of 10. So 0 being really not that interested, I think we should ditch this whole thing, through to 10, we should be dedicating resources, we should be putting energy and passion and having a 5-year view on this, and really getting started in 2021. So it's a score out of 10. If you're online, literally just tap into the chat, your number out of 10. And if you're in the room, this is where we say it's like you're watching the diving or something, just hold up your postie with your number on it, and we'll come around and collect those. So, right, let's see online. Are we posting our chats? It's all starting to come through. Please make sure you have a say. And I'm just looking around the room here. If you guys can see online, I can see there's a couple of 10s there. 9, 10, 10, 10, 9, 10, 9, 9 plus. We've got two jazz hands down the back from Nathan. He's obviously lost his Sharpie pen. I think we've even got a 13. So, and a table at the back. They're still thinking. And what about online? What have we got there? Let's have a look at chat. We got 9s and 10s are coming through from what I can see on the chat. Sounds like there's even an 11 here. As in the previous workshops, this theme has been in all of the workshops to date, the one with the most energy and passion behind it. So I'm pretty confident that at least one project will fall out of this, if not 2 or 3. And thank you all for being so engaged and adding such amazing value and being able to take ideas into actionable plans, which was really the goal of today, which we've started to do really, really well. So we've got a 5-minute break and we shall reconvene after you've all had a chance to grab a tea and a coffee. Let's just say we'll reconvene at 35 past, so that we'll just got enough time to kick off with our final workshop for the day, which is about supply chains and value chains. Take a break. So I'll just put this on mute for people at home. So 35 past, we will see you for the next workshop. Is online. We've had a couple of new people join us. So if you are new and you have been joining, we'd love it if you could have your video on if you're comfortable to do that. And we will be doing a breakout session where you'll be chatting to everyone very soon. So as always, we'll be working hard to include everybody who's online, as well as integrating with the people in the room as well. So if you are in the room, just the normal etiquette goes that if you've got something to say, please raise your hand and I shall come over with the microphone. And if you speak into the microphone, it means that our virtual friends can hear clearly as well, because it's getting picked up for their speaker. So on that note, let's kick off then with a little bit of background on enhancing supply chains and value chains and what we're going to be covering specifically today. So as usual, we're going to be sharpening up the work that has gone before. So over the last 6 months, we've been doing interviews as well as other workshops. So what I'll be sharing with you is what has surfaced, just a summary of the key challenges and the collaboration opportunities. And what we will be doing is individually reflecting and refining and making some choices there as to what each of us as individuals, firstly, think are the most pressing challenges and the most impactful collaborative opportunities when you're thinking about supply chains that go across all of these regions. So it's thinking in a broader context rather than just the region where each of us reside. We're thinking about it across a much, much broader region. So then when we do our breakout sessions, we'll be prioritising on what we see as the biggest and the most impactful ideas. So again, it's making that strategic choice because we haven't got enough time and money and resources to do everything. So we want to narrow down on that. And then we're going to get practical. So really looking at what I call the SES, what are the smallest executable steps that we can do this year in 2021 to working towards those strategic goals. And then finally, we're going to do a bit of a brainstorm on the foundational ways of working using that tool, the Wi-Fi, which many of us who were in the previous workshop have already had a play with. So we're going to have another play with that. But bearing in mind the final workshop today will be just honing in on those foundational matters. So let's kick off. So the first exercise is a very reflective and a personal exercise where I'd like you to have your pens poised or your fingers ready to tap into the chat if you're virtual. And I'll be sharing with you those key challenges that have surfaced so far. And your task is, if you're in the room, to jot it down on a post-it note, please, so that we can collect it. What you see as the top 3. You may even distill it to just the top 1, but I don't want you to go beyond 3 because the task at hand here is to really think about what's the key challenge, the top 3 key challenges. And that's the hard part. It's very easy to rattle off, 20 problems, but how do we narrow it down to the top 3? And so the exercise, we've got all these brains, all of us working together. If we can start to collate that at the end, it's going to be some really powerful information. And then we'll do the same thing for the collaborative opportunities. So get ready, and I'm going to be sharing with you a list of the challenges that have been shared so far. So I'm just going to, okay. And bearing in mind that this is not it's not a complete list. It's just sharing with you some of them that have been surfaced so far. So by all means, if you think that this is not covering it, and I'm sure it is not, add to this list. Absolutely add to this list, and you might find that something is more pressing and a bigger challenge. So we're talking about enhancing supply chains and value chains. I'm going to ground us here. I'll explain them briefly, and then I'll be quiet so you have some reflective time. So challenges have been identified as centralised systems. So that means that everything's funneling to Southeast Queensland and there's not decentralisation and the value being derived out through across the regions. So, and that's the whole regions from Central Western Queensland, Fitzroy, Mackay, Isaac, Whitsunday area. So we're missing out on opportunities. It's all funneling down to Southeast Queensland. It's been shared that we've had COVID impacts, and one example of that has been the IFAM subsidy that's been supporting the fresh freight. And what happens when that runs out, that subsidy? And that's just one example, but what are the other impacts on our supply chains that COVID has had? And that leads to just supply chain shocks in general and future risks. So weather events, and what are the risks from a geopolitical point of view to our supply chains going out of Australia? Is that a real risk? Is that a real challenge? Do we need to be thinking about that seriously now? What impact could that have on our exports? Data comes up in pretty much all of our things. The lack of transparency, it's hard to track. We may be inefficient. Are we running optimal loads? Are we using the optimal freight configurations? And can we guarantee to our customers that we've got complete freshness, or we've maximised the freshness? Can we maximise the value of our food and fibre by improving the traceability? Value adding occurring in the cities and not the regions. So it's sort of linked, I guess, to that centralised systems, the one at the top there. So when we're adding value to our food or our fibre, all those processing and manufacturing and all the benefits are being derived. This isn't all, I'm just sort of, I'm sharing what we've been gathering. The infrastructure chicken and egg story. So this is homing in on the issue of critical mass, that you need critical mass to get the infrastructure, but then you need the infrastructure to get the critical mass. And then is that linked to the data transparency? You know, how can you know if you've got critical mass if you haven't got transparency? And the planning red tape. So as a quote, there were many hoops to jump. You know, it's as if we were building an agri-food processing facility in Queen Street Mall. So many hoops to jump. So these are just some of the challenges. So your task now is there something missing? The most important thing is I want you to come back here just to think, what are the top 3? It may be one of these, A to G, or a combination, or it may be something else. So if you're virtual, could you please jot them down in the chat, what you think your top 3 are? And if you're in the room, please jot them down on a post-it note. I'd like to see a few more come through in the chat, please. So would anyone like to share what they see as one of the key challenges? Let's start in the physical room. Anyone like to share? Sarah? Thanks, Sarah. I'll have a go. I feel like a fake because
I don't live the daily life that you have in terms of the supply chains and the challenges that you have. But it strikes me, this piece about planning red tape, it is, it really is different here. So it should be treated differently. And I think that's something that needs to be recognised early on. I'm sure that supply chain shocks and future risks are going to be massive. COVID is the only first of a few of these that are going to hit out, and you're already used to all sorts of other shocks. So again, I'm a ring-in for that one. You know more about that. And the last one I thought was, just from what I've been hearing the last day and a half, is this critical mass piece around the infrastructure and the transport and the point-to-point transport. So you yes, get it to the Central Queensland inland port, but then you have all sorts of little places to take it to. And maybe there's something innovative like a sharing platform that can use. I remember coming across in Singapore this company that were working with the shipping companies, and shipping companies would have their standard pieces that went on the ship, so there's always space. So they had this online sharing platform where people could put small things into the bits that were there. Maybe there's something innovative. Maybe it's already been done, I don't know, but that was just something that came to mind. But like I say, I'm ringing with, you know what you're talking about a lot more than I do on this one.
Thank you so much for sharing, Sarah. And it was great to see 3 succinct key issues and for making the choice, because that's what we've found is often the hardest thing is how do you make a choice as to what are the key issues, and then because it then flows on to, well, what are the key opportunities and what are we actually going to work on and spend our money and time and energy and everything on. So we have to make those strategic choices. Anybody else in the room like to share what they see as the key challenges? Anyone different from Sarah? Bob, you were different. Great, because we love diversity, because diversity is the engine room for innovation.
One of the things that, when I saw the challenges up there, was the value chain market development side of things. And that then leads into some of these as subgroups underneath that. But the market development is very key. If we don't have a market, we can't move a product.
That's excellent. I love it that we've got something that's not beautifully articulated yet on the board. So fantastic for sharing that. And what about online? Have we got, Alicia, if you can just have a look at the chat, or Ananya, just to see if anyone has got their hand up. Have we got someone who'd like to share their views online?
We've got quite a few responses.
If someone could raise their hand online, we'd love to hear, particularly if you've got a different view from Bob and Sarah, because we're wanting to hear the diversity of ideas so that we can spark some different thoughts, because I'm sure we can build upon Sarah's and Bob's ideas so far. Right, we've got Stephen. Thank you, Stephen.
So mine was, I think a challenge is that we've got a lot of fragmented initiatives across the regions that split the overall pie. And that rather than adding to and leveraging off each other, it actually breaks it down into a competitive nature. I think the incentive grants and funding programs around it, or schemes, actually breed competitiveness rather than collaboration. So trying to achieve that level of collaboration actually adds to it.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Sounds like a good solution to that would be an inter-regional, cluster network for collaboration. What do we reckon? Okay, well, thanks everyone. That's been great. Any more online, or do we move to opportunities? Let's move to opportunities. So Matt will be collecting your little post-its as well on the key challenges, and thank you everybody online for sharing what you see as the key challenges. So the same exercise, but this time we're looking at the sunny side. So if we've understand what the problems and challenges are, well, how can we flip that into, how can we work and collaborate together across these regions? So everywhere from the Greater Whitsunday, Isaac Mackay, Fitzroy, Central West. How do we collaborate together on finding projects? And this is, I'm just going to share so far, I've got 2 pages that have been shared at previous workshops and also to interviews. And this is just a summary. So there are many more. So don't feel restricted to these, but I will share these. Get your fingers tapping in the chat, or get your pen out on the post-it to write down the collaborative opportunities. So again, I don't want you to pick 5 or 6 or 10. I just want you to pick only up to 3, either 1, 2, or 3. So you can go up to 3. So it's that choice. So here they are. Collaborative opportunities for supply and value chains could be to transition to smarter value chains using technology throughout. Having a business case for critical mass so that we can get infrastructure justification that's going to need a collective effort. You kind of have to be here for a while to make sense of that sentence. But we're talking about, you need critical mass to be able to, you need lots of people and lots of justification to be able to prove that we need some more infrastructure. So whether it's building facilities or inland port expansions or whatever it is, we need to understand what the freight task is. What's after the IFAM subsidies for fresh commodities? What happens if COVID continues for longer and longer and longer? And can we realistically have subsidies for our fresh commodities? If we're not being able to utilise the underbellies of our passenger planes, what happens to that fresh produce? How can it cost effectively go to our export markets? Digitised tracking. Some of these are interlinked, but helping the flow of goods faster and fresher. Evidence for critical mass, reducing inefficiencies, and providing fresher goods to our customers that we can prove with digital tracking. More shared projects, such as forecasting as an example. Not having the producers in different regions replicating the same processes or the same workload and having to design the process. If we could create templates and work in tandem platforms so that we're not all doing all the same grunt work. And mentoring. We've had someone say, look, I've gone through all the red tape to get approvals for setting up infrastructure that's going to help with my supply and value chain. I'm happy to help others go through this. People have said stuff or like this already. It's fantastic. And helping the planners involved in the red tape, understand the nuances for innovation in regional and rural areas so that it's fit for purpose. And this slide always looks slightly different. Now we're looking at the pattern because this was a poll that came out of the last workshop. And these were 3 areas that were identified in that poll. So they're all, it's all sort of a stream here, but valuating in the regions was identified at the last workshop as a priority to focus on. And that inter-regional data collection, the purpose of that is so that we can understand that freight task, which then actually links quite closely to the final one, which is that creating collective business cases. So instead of regions in isolation or businesses in isolation, doing a business case for infrastructure, that they're doing it as sort of collective, cooperative, collaborative groups so that they can get to critical mass quicker. So I'm going to flick back so that you can see both slides, and I'll be quiet so you've got the chance to reflect and pick, make a strategic choice and think about not just, I want to stretch beyond the lowest hanging fruit, and I want you to have a 5-year runway in your mind. What could really make an impact in 5 years? Most impactful. And think about impact commercially. Think about impact for our communities. and a greater region. Think about impact for people. And think about the positive impact as well on environment and sustainability. Okay, we'll just be quiet for a minute so you all have a chance to make that strategic choice, and then I'll be seeing if we've got some brave people who would like to share. One of our participants just raised that sometimes with some of these opportunities, there are activities that are happening in some of these areas already, which is true. And certainly one of the principles that we want to work towards is to avoid any duplications. So if things like that are happening, we need to be able to tap into them. So I just thought I'd share that, but it shouldn't be a barrier for you to focus on an area. It might be just that, wow, we need to work with those groups or organisations more closely because they may have already have a head start and a bit of a runway. Okay, I'd love to hear, perhaps someone online would like to share with us first. If we could have a virtual hand up, please, would be great, so that we can hear what your thoughts are on you know, what's the biggest opportunity, most impactful opportunity from your perspective as an individual. Would anyone like to share with us online? Just raise a virtual hand. Kevin.
Yeah. Just going back to the first slide and the critical mass and the collaboration. With all the different industries and sectors inside the industries, there's probably an argument, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Central Highlands only, that's the one I'm familiar with. There's probably the critical mass of freight there. You know, the resource sector imports a lot of goods and consumables into the region, and the ag sector also. And then we've got the outgoing or export products. I think the issue is that they're all operating in their own little silos, and so that's you know, preventing this critical mass coming together.
Thanks so much for sharing that, Kevin. And are there any other builds from people online as well? And if you are online, it'd be fantastic if you guys could put your video on, because we can see you, and it's just really nice to see your faces if it's possible, please. Shireen? Hi, Shireen.
Hello. Sorry, I've just been catching up on a couple of things.
Did you want to share with us what you see as the biggest collaboration opportunity?
Yeah, I suppose for me, I chose BDE, so business case for critical mass, so getting an idea of what's out there. And I suppose it's building a platform, and D, the digitized tracking to, you know, show where the logistics of it and so forth. And as well, I chose E, and I guess that's a collaboration. I just think the concept of the collaborative approach, the shared projects is important to showcase what people are doing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And what about in the room? Have we got a brave person who wants to share what they see as one of the key, most impactful opportunities? I think we're going to save it for when they go into the breakout rooms. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go into the breakout rooms now, guys. And what our exercise here is that we want to be able to go into this breakout room where you share what you see as the most impactful idea. Now, the chances of everyone in your group aligning on exactly what that most impactful idea is probably slim. And that's a good thing, because it means that you're going to have some good, robust conversations about, well, why do you think that's the most impactful? And just listening to each other. So expect that the first part will be just talking about, what the differences are between each of you. However, as a small group, I would like you to choose one idea that you could progress, and then map out what would be the smallest executable steps to get started. Turn this into an action plan for 2021. And we'd like you to appoint a spokesperson so that you can share back, and every group will have a chance to share back. And it doesn't matter too much if you end up choosing an idea that perhaps you can't quite commit to all exactly the same idea. So it's okay if you have some different views, but most importantly, you do as a group need to make a choice, and that's part of our collaboration skills that we're working on. So we've got 15 minutes for this, and I'm going to have a look at the breakout for our virtual groups. Let's have a look. Recreate the group. I'll make probably 2 rooms this time. No, I'll put you, Alicia, I'm going to put you all into the one group. Okay, I'm opening up all the rooms now, virtually. Have fun. Well, welcome back, virtual friends. Hope you all had a great breakout session. I can see a lot of chat was happening there. So we're going to be going around to each of the groups, including the virtual group, and I think we might start with Matt, your group, if that's okay. So we're going to share back. Now, the task at hand, everybody, as you share back, is firstly, great if you can say your name, and share what is the biggest, most impactful project that your group has picked, why, and then outline what are the smallest executable steps that you could do in 2021. How can you get started this year? So we'll start over with this group and share with us what the goal is.
Yep, ours is pretty regionally based, but I think that's probably the best way to deal with logistics. So this is pretty close to home. So our biggest problem we've got is we don't have a world-class, leading cost-effective avenue to market. So that's why I think that the inland port at Yemma is probably a must if we're actually going to pull this off, to do all these things that the government keeps saying they want, of vertical integration in regional towns. So at the moment, we've got people that would invest in processing for chickpeas, particularly from overseas, but we don't have the cost-effective logistics to their market. So it's quite interesting that the government is actually already subsidising the rail line, but it's not used to its full potential. So I think that's one thing that we can get involved in, is get the government to better use the money that they've got, because it's not going to cost them any more money. They're already doing it, they're just doing it on a very poor execution model. And then obviously bring together all the people that can make this work, which you need a freight forwarder, you need a facility, but the most important thing you need is a rail logistics to link that together. I know the ports and everyone are on side, everyone else is on side, the farmers are on side, it's just the link of the rail facility. The other thing that we'd like to trial is to do a trial project of a blockchain for food safety. So it goes through all the processes so people are aware that the product is safe and not contaminated, obviously with the strawberries and that sort of thing that's gone on in the past. So I just think it's really about lobbying the government to do a better job. And I think if they take into effect how many trucks we could take off the road, because I think there'd be probably 200,000 tonne of chickpeas go to Brisbane every year out of Central Queensland to get packaged into a box. I'm sure there's an economist at the government that could work out what that damage is doing to the road versus getting some good logistics on rail, and that goes straight into the port. And I think it will be cost effective for the farmers and will make a big difference to Central Queensland.
Fantastic, and thank you so much, Matt, for laying out the smallest executable steps in such a clear way as well. So very visionary. And right, who else would like to share next? Have we got Lou or Bob? Yep, great. Okay, so if you can share with us, Bob, what is the big project with the 5-year vision and the smallest executable steps for this year?
So the group here, we discussed it and have come up with what is the market and the potential product requirements to meet those markets, and how to match that product to those markets. So what is the requirements, regulations, what do the consumers want? Then we broke that down into, well, can we look at a commodity type product to value chain requirements and the collaboration needed to achieve economies of scale? Is it possible to do that? And then bringing that down further to your immediate step, getting the right people in the room to discuss the sovereign risk, exporters, transporters, government and producers. So included in there, we're looking at freight forwarders, the intelligence that is needed in there, and the logistics and facilities needed.
Fantastic. I can see a lot of linkages between both of those with the addition of the customer. You really added that aspect to it. So nice to build upon both of those. What about online before we go to the rest of the physical room? Shireen, it would be fantastic.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our group had a very good insight. So we made some notes in regard to identifying the stakeholders of first sets to identifying the vertical and horizontal collaborators and those collaborative opportunities. And, you know, this can then build and identify the logistics and supply needs, you know, throughout the producing chain, as well. You know, approach industry. Sorry, I've written down a few notes, but it's a bit of a scribble here. So Akbar actually provided that detail, and I thought that was pretty interesting. And then we sort of discussed about, you know, an overarching kind of body or peak body to oversee, you know, any businesses that are wanting to take on, you know, whether they take advantage. I'm just speaking from a bit of a historical issue that we had where they took advantage of some businesses. So, you know, an overarching body to keep a guideline of, you know, the proposed business plan for businesses that are harvesting certain produce, whether it be Indigenous produce or whether it be mainstream produce.
Thanks, Shireen. And can I just clarify too? I know Alicia had a point there to make. Do you want to just add into that?
So just for our group, so one of the problems that we had identified was that disruption to the supply chain around what we saw with COVID, and then how we move through to where we see those opportunities coming from that disrupted supply chain, but ensuring that how do we then collaborate on that value add opportunity and supply opportunity right through to an export market. So identifying who our stakeholders are, what's their motivation for being in there. So it was really around those small projects and first steps into that value add. Did I capture that okay for everyone? Head nods?
Yeah, awesome. Awesome. I think, and it was one of the, Alicia, one of the things was an example of, you know, I think I'm tired of getting second grade veggies out this way in Barcaldine, you know, and, you know, and keeping things, looking after our own patch basically, you know, and so if locally we can collaborate on things just to keep costs down, you know, because at the end of the day, it comes back to our health and well-being and how we look after and care for each other. But in particular, you know, for me, I'd imagine it'd be great to be able to just go into Barcaldine because we've got a massive big market garden that's supplying the district, you know, to be able to get that fresh produce and stuff because COVID has impacted on us in that way. So, and I'd shared the story around the native foods and Kakadu plum and forming an alliance, and the reason why we need to think of a peak body, which I'm the chair of, in, you know, because we've just finished addressing the free trade agreement and been doing a piece of work around that, around with the EU and Brexit part of that, because Australia, and they're ready for their free trade. So how do we get in there and ensuring right across when we're looking at exporting? So on the grassroots, there's a desire, but you know, we've got to be able to look at from the grassroots how we filter that through. And I believe a peak body is the only way that we're able to do that, no matter what the product is.
Yeah, and then it was around, well, identifying who the partners were going to be, what's their motivation for being involved, where do they sit vertically, horizontally, to build that level of trust and transparency into the process.
Awesome, thank you very much, Suzanne and Alicia, for adding that extra sort of fabric to what that opportunity could be in value add, but as a response to the impacts of COVID and you know, just being able to see that through that disruption, there can be some great opportunities. Which is awesome. Great, onto this table here. I think David is going to be sharing where this table sees as the biggest, most impactful opportunities.
Thanks, Jackie. we started discussing the digital platforms, for instance, but where we landed was actually with the people. So our key thing was to empower people to create stronger, more agile value chains with a focus on the consumer. And we essentially landed there because the people are the most important component all the way along the value chain, and things like digital platforms they're the how. They're the things that can actually empower the people by having the information at their fingertips, for instance. So the hows that we had were the digital platforms, education and collaboration, not necessarily in that order.
I really like that different approach, putting people in the centre of it, and that all of these new technologies are all just tools to be able to make the people make decisions quicker, pertaining to supply chains and value chains. Yeah, great. Thank you so much, team. Okay, over to the group at the back. So is our spokesperson Belinda? Thanks, Belinda. Belinda from Longreach is going to be sharing with us the most impactful idea that this group, I know that they were debating over quite a few, and it did take them quite a long time because they saw so many impactful projects and some were really, really hard. So I think Belinda's going to share with us one that is a hard one, but they have broken down into the smallest executable steps for this year. So over to you, Belinda.
Thanks, Jackie. And everyone, like Jackie mentioned, we had a few on the table. We had quite a robust discussion, and it did sort of land a bit like David said. We were talking about people, so we backtracked, and something when we discussed value adding out in Western Queensland, something that came up quite often for us was maintaining continuity and consistency of product, because we're quite seasonal. We have some challenges seasonally, as well as not a very big economy of scale with our local population. So we, after some discussion, we came up with in the next 12 months, we could probably investigate a modular scalable processing unit, whether that be with fresh meat or fresh vegetables, and a way to plan for surges in our supply and demand much better, forging interregional relationships. So that's what we got done in 3 months. That's really good. And I must say, I'd love to be linking that idea with some of the ideas that we had yesterday on circularity. Because if you remember, one of the business models of circularity was sharing platforms and collective ownership, which is, it's still relatively new, all that, but that idea would actually lend itself really well. So it's really nice to be able to see how we can link these themes as well. Have I missed out anybody? Well, absolutely. This is the point where, now that we've heard everything, let's all reflect and share. Thanks, David.
Thanks, Jackie. Building on what Belinda was just saying, I think there's a number of regions where there's a real energy, passion and proactivity to do something. And I think if essentially we can, and that's the royal we, can really back those regions who want to back themselves to give something a go, then we'll really make some progress.
Thanks very much. I think you're right. Having that energy is really, really key. So as a little exercise for everyone, if we can just reflect on a moment too and think about the projects that you've heard and those goals, and consider how could that project be scaled up and made bigger by really leveraging the interregional opportunities. Because I know some of them were quite grounded in a place, like we were talking about the inland port, for instance. But how can we be connecting up all of the regions and making it better? So you might want to just reflect individually. I know the people at home will be doing that. And you can certainly put thoughts on the chat if you're online. And if you're in the room, have a little chat to the people next to you. I know there was a question up the back here. Following on from David's comments and also Belinda's ideas, is that every region I've ever lived in, and that's quite a few now, there has been the abattoir debate in every single one of them. And this region needs an abattoir, and we really need that. And it's the thing that will turn this region around economically, and we're the best place to have it. This sort of model and the interregional, I guess, connection between the two really adds value and eliminates that as a debate, because I'm yet to see it work. The big regionally based abattoir, adding that into the system, I'm yet to see it work. So, Sarah, am I hearing that you're excited about the idea of like a shared asset that could sort of run up and down many regions and sort of start to eliminate competitiveness, but promote collaborative, greater benefits, more shared value? Yeah? Okay. Any other reflection from some of these ideas about how can we leverage that interregional power? Looks like Alicia's got a brainwave. Here, she's got to come up or I get the. Thank you.
I think what I'm hearing is a lot of what we've been talking about around those foundation matters and looking at what needs to happen right at the start, like what's core, what's missing. And I think we did it well years ago as both industry and government, as far as understanding what were those foundations that we needed to build that capacity, resilience and capabilities of regions. But I think we thought we've done it now. We don't have to go back and address some of those needs. So in the discussions that we've been having online, what I keep going back to is some of those core foundation matters that we need to go back and potentially readdress or relook at or upskill. And that's around our human resource development, building our capability and capacity, engagement, collaboration, the networking and the sharing mechanisms, which we presume are there, but keep coming up time and time again as that's the hardest part that we have around collaboration. The technology and the advancements of that, and then the adoption of it, and data is core as well. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Okay, well, we're into the final part of this workshop, which is what we do with our wiki. So we're going to have another practice of this, even though the final workshop is going to be digging into it in more detail. But to remind everyone, a WIFI is what's in it for everyone. So this is where we outline, we've got this little table here, who's doing what. So this is the stakeholders. So once you're in your groups, you're going to get just 10 minutes this time and think about the project at hand, but who exactly are those stakeholders? So on a piece of paper, if you're in the physical room, you might just want to draw up this table and list in year one, just that smallest executable step. Who will be the people that need to be involved? And this can be departments, all sorts of, it could be individuals, businesses. What do they need to give and what do they need to get? So we're just going to make a head start on this. And for the breakout groups, I'm going to put you into your breakout group so that you've got 10 minutes to get started on this.
physical room.
And apparently there's an apology to, I think it was Kevin, was mid-conversation online and I brought you all back in, so apologies there, Kevin. Okay, so we've got time just to share back 2, possibly 3. So I'm going to head up to the back of the physical room here and I'm going to have a chat to Belinda, who's the spokesperson to the group up there. And they, so Belinda, when I come up, if you can just remind everyone what the project is firstly, and Belinda's joining us from Longreach, and then just talk about the Wi-Fi, like who are the stakeholders for your project and what is it that each of those stakeholders are going to give, and most importantly, what are they going to get to remain engaged and part of this collaboration so that it can go right through to being a successful action. So thanks, Belinda. Start with the project.
Okay, we continued on with the value adding in Western Queensland. So our stakeholders, of course, would be our producers, our local community, and also then our consumers. And our consumers would consist of our local retailers, our local population, and also tourism that come and people travelling to and from our region. Another stakeholder would be the service delivery. So whether that may be infrastructure that's fixed or mobile, and service providers that can be utilised across our whole region. We'll of course have our regulators, which is probably local government, and then of course at the state level we'll have our departments. So producers would get a product the community would be proud of. So we will build our community self-esteem, and of course there's a local income. They would be giving a commitment and of course the product. And when we come down to the consumers and our local retailers, we have fresh, healthy, nutritious food. I think it's a big thing as an outcome, and they'd be giving commitment and support. Then there's when we say commitment, it's about writing out the times when you may be giving a bit more sometimes, but or taking a bit less, but in the long run it balances out to get established. With the local retailers, they'll have a more agile market, they'll have less freight, and with services, if we work into, we got down to getting interregional optimisation when it comes to expanding technology, asset and people, which may also lower the risk. So we're getting quite into it actually. I could tell they definitely were getting quite into it, and a beautiful Wi-Fi, if I may say too, very well laid out. And what was really cool about this group too is that they were very specific as to identifying each of the stakeholders and empathising with each of the stakeholders so that it was clear as to they knew what they needed to ask of the stakeholders, which is the get. And then they knew that they had to deliver on, they needed to be able to, each of the stakeholders needed to receive that get so that they could remain engaged. So really, really great exercise. And we'll be doing some more with that soon. Have we got another group that would like to volunteer? We just need one more, either online or within the physical room. Anyone want to stick their hand up? Spokespeople? Come on, somebody. Digby? Sarah, you're going to do it on behalf of Digby? You're delegating. I like it. Right, let's start at the top. Yeah. Okay. You've been. Yes.
So we put on our stakeholders as government being one, because we're talking about this big facility and regional economies. So they're one of the stakeholders, and obviously that's both state and local. Producers, freight forwarders, ports, shipping lines, processors. We put in CSIRO there as well, because we're talking about that value add and the blockchain and digital, etc. And local council, probably comes under government. The give we thought was quite simple, just two things that really need to be given. One is reallocation of funds. That was the piece that Matt was talking about. The money's there for this particular initiative, so let's just get it in the right hands. And then the commitment piece, so all the stakeholders being committed to doing this together and being involved. The get, look, for whatever reason, we kept going about what it meant for government and how good it was for government. Regional jobs, economic activity, more impactful funding, reduced emissions, less road maintenance, lower freight costs for processors, so for producers. So, and then we sort of ran out of steam a bit because there's actually so much to get, I think, for so many people. Anything to add there, Matt? She's done an all right job. Yeah. Great. And what about with our virtual friends? Anyone there want to share, or Alicia, do you want to share on behalf?
I'm not sure. Maybe Suzanne might want to just talk about.
Suzanne, you've been dogged in. Would you mind sharing?
I suppose for me it was coming, working from the ground up, so the grassroots, and my experience in looking at, and I sort of gave a bit of an analogy and story around engaging, facilitating and enabling. So if the engagement of community, so you engage them, and then business, so how we bring business in, and business are able to facilitate sometimes those aspirations from the grassroots, this consumer. And then of course government then can enable this to happen, whether it's through policy change and, with the funding change, however it is. So it was sort of, I suppose, in a nutshell, looking at and going, well, these are these great three pillars that we can look at and how we further develop those up around, so engage, facilitate, enable. And that should then cover all three key stakeholders, community, business and government.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, everybody, we are at the end of this workshop, and as always, we do that final little check-in where we just say, what's the appetite for this? So this is the appetite poll. So get your sticky notes out, and if you're one of our virtual friends, please vote with your chat. So just type into the chat a number, either 0 to 10, with 0 being I've got no appetite for this whatsoever, and 10 being we've got a lot of passion, we've got a lot of energy, we need to do our piece to get a project, particularly the impactful projects that you've all been outlining, and share with us what your energy and appetite is for this. So this is the time, just jot down that number in the chat. I can see them starting to come through. And if you're in the room, just like we are, if we're at the Olympics, hold up your score out of 10. I can see there's, oh my goodness, that we're all going to be very, very busy because everything seems to be getting, I can only see 10s. Oh, there's 1 8. Everything else, someone's actually put a 15, and which overrides the 8. And what about online? Who can see there?
We've got 9, 9, 9, 10, 9.
9, 9, 9, 10, 9. So yeah, this, I don't know, this may have even come in as higher than the theme earlier today, which was sustainable land management, which was also really, really high. But I think what we've had today, well done everyone. It's been excellent engagement and lots of discussion, and we've collected lots of really great information. So we have a 5-minute break, and which means that when we come back in 5 minutes, so if I get my clock, that'll just be 5 past. 5 minutes past, we will kick off for our final workshop and a wrap up. So Matt McIntyre will kick us off. We're going to be doing foundational matters. So now we've talked already about all the 4 themes. Now we're going to look at some practical ways of how are we actually going to make this work? You know, how do we work together? We'll be doing another breakout room on the wiki, the what's in it for everyone, and Matt's going to take us through some of the highlights of the past 2 days. So see you in 5 minutes, and stay online, and just we'll see all our virtual friends in 5 minutes. So 5 past, we will recommence. Thanks. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to Matt, who will take you through just a few highlights and what the foundational matters are all about. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Jack. I know it's getting very tiring, as it always does towards the end of a workshop. I'm not going to spend too much more time. We've actually, from the start yesterday, talked about the foundation matters and how we wanted to start thinking about those when we're framing our comments in the breakout groups, and I think that's been done quite well. And as even Alicia summed up, it's a very, it's coming out strongly in some of the higher level sort of pictures of what we are nominating as our key challenges and drivers, but also now those key opportunities for collaboration. Oops, can't see it again. But really, when we are looking at developing a program and/or a system, it is these matters that we need to ensure that these cross-cutting matters that we don't let drop. I've already given some examples over yesterday and today, and I think most of the same audience will hear. I'm not going to repeat too many of them at this stage, but I might pick on a couple of different examples. But related to the exercise you're going to do soon, it's really understanding what's out there under some of these banners, these foundation matters. An example there's what's already out there as far as networking. And as we know, if you talk about governance or even agriculture, the local government, some industry representative groups, growers groups, there's already networks there. And we've always said that we need to be picking on matters that have fallen through the cracks or there's been a lack of continuity. So we don't want to repeat and duplicate, and we've got to work with existing systems. There's different models and how that works, but that's probably something that we'll brainstorm in stage 2 if we do decide to go on with this work. Now, what this relates to WIFI, we've already started the 2 exercises today, but we haven't done yesterday's work. I'll leave that to Jackie soon. But just further comments on the foundation matters. It's often, and you've probably picked this up in your work you've been doing, it's often the rigidity of some of these matters, the lack of suitability of some of these matters relating to you and what you're going through in a local sense or even in a regional sense. So, we know for a lot of laws and policies, it's based on fairly rigid historic laws, for instance, and you've brought up the matter of planning approvals and other regulatory sort of requirements for these new areas, agri-tourism, for innovative work on farms, innovative ways of looking at land management, reuse, repurposing, CQ compost, their efforts, etc. So we're dealing with a lot of times a structure where there might be good intent of those who are managing that law and policy, but often there's still, if it's going to be SEQ centric, it becomes more of a barrier up here where we've got different environments. Now, as I said yesterday, if you're looking at regulatory law systems and policy, we've got to give credit sometimes to local government, because they are doing it under delegation from state. So the rigidity is at state. We can't keep knocking on the heads of local government planners or other regulators. There might be sometimes some attitude issues, and that might be more about building up their awareness and understanding. But as far as changing law and bringing more flexible law in, as I said to someone up at Rockhampton, if you want to change planning law, historically what you do is go through 10 years of court cases where the only people that win are lawyers before a new government comes in and decides to change it. So that's a high cost way of changing law. The other way to do it is get better leverage across more players, bigger regions, come up with the argument, and then go with that leverage you've got to your local members and others with the awareness and capacity building, talking to councils of the frustrations from their input. That is a better way to get change. It's less confrontational, it's more engaging, it's more understanding from where various players and their perspectives come from. Now, that same issue is across other areas. You know, we've got, I know, education's come up very strongly, and not just the drones in schoolwork. You know, even before Food and Fibre Plus, there were discussions going on out west for the extent, you know, for the extension of the drones in school program, and now with Food and Fibre, that discussion's shifted to the other way, to Gladstone and through to Banana, and now interest up in the GW3 area. But now we're talking about even in some of the, you know, the sustainable land management and new sort of circularity matters that we also need to be educated. We need to have our group awareness lifted, but there's also other players out there where we need to, you know, educate, capacity build, and get them more knowledgeable and get ourselves more knowledgeable about, you know, how to educate better. I think it's great having young Gigby here in the last 2 days. We probably should target more youth, students, etc. And I think it has been already brought up as a critical matter for the future development of this system. Because you get, sometimes the issues the same, but through a different lens. And some of these inputs yesterday and today we're good. We're good at that, looking at matters from a different perspective. We can't keep marginalising youth who have different ways of thinking, a lot smarter than we were at that same age. So we really need to look at systems and change through their perspective as well. I think that's enough from me, Jackie. I think we'll get into the more fun stuff, but I'll talk later about where we're going to go with the final products and the outcomes. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. So on to our final workshop then. So this is the foundational ways of working, and we're going to get straight into a breakout activity. So I'm not going to waste any time because you all know a little bit about now what a Wi-Fi is. So we're going to be using this tool, the What's in It for Everyone, and I've pre-populated it a little bit this time too to give you a bit of a hand. But the task has slightly changed. So in your groups, now, we've already had a bit of a play for those who've been in the room already on supply chains and value chains, and we also have done it earlier today for sustainable land management and water. But what the task is when you get into your groups is to pick actually one of the major 4 themes. So it's either circularity from yesterday, agritourism from yesterday, or is it the sustainable land management and water, one of the projects from there, or is it the value and supply chains, one from the workshop that we just did? And then what I'd like you to do is spend a bit more time in your groups on a Wi-Fi for that theme. So you're picking one theme and then really laying out, well, who would be the stakeholders and the give and the get. And what I've done here, just to help us as well, is I've started to pre-populate what types of stakeholders could be, just so that you put it into the consideration. So if you're virtual, one of the first things that you should do when you get put into your group is identify who's going to be the scribe for your group. So that's probably the most important thing, because when you share back, you want to be sharing back for these 3 pillars: stakeholders, listing out who they are, what are these stakeholders going to need to give, and that can be in time, money, they may be giving networks, connections, they may have assets to give, they may be really good at forging partnerships, it could be collaboration, it could be marketing, there's a whole range of things there. And then also think about, for each of those stakeholders, and this is the trick, is thinking about it from each stakeholder's point of view, what do each of them need to get? But you're doing that for the whole themes. We were going to allocate each of you a theme, but we're actually more interested just to see how does it fall out naturally. So we're not going to pre-allocate it. So just to recap, before I send everyone off to their rooms, number 1, is pick a theme to focus on for your group. So it's either circularity, agritourism, sustainable land management and water, or is it supply chains and value chains? Please jot it down. Just take a moment as an individual, think about which of those do you personally have the most energy for. And I'm asking you to do that because when you go into the group, you're going to share, well, I actually have the most energy for agritourism or circularity or supply chain or sustainable land management and water. So just make that decision now. So you can jot it down. And the reason why I'm asking you this is so that when you go into the group, I want to know that each and every one of you has got an opinion to share. And you need to be able to talk about why you would pick that. But as a group, you're going to have to align and pick just one. So that's always like the first task in collaboration. We've got to find an alignment. And then the second part of your task is to start to sketch out that what's in it for everyone. Okay, are we all clear? All clear in the physical room here? Looks like they are. And what about online? All thumbs up? Great. Okay, let's get your breakup rooms going. And we've got 15 minutes for this, everybody. And I'm opening up the rooms, just give it a minute.
universities, agencies, not-for-profits, have we got any other stakeholders that we need to recognise? Shereen, are you seeing any gaps in there as well?
So what sort of
not-for-profits were the program developers and government funded programs. Because in that way, we need that program development research as far as supporting the outcomes.
so with this supply chain here, so why so
Social intangible benefits that that bring, you know, that social and the social and community.
Welcome back. Welcome back, all of our virtual friends. Thanks so much. I'm just going to put you out there so we can see you. Please keep your video on if you're comfortable too, because we can all see you then in the physical room, and hopefully you can sort of see everyone in the physical room as well. I can see you on that video there from Alicia. So I hope you had a good session, and that you all had a chance to pick a theme, and I hope you had some good discussions around what that theme should be. And I assume that not everybody agreed and aligned on the theme to start with, which is really healthy, and we should be having these debates about what's more strategic and how do we allocate and make difficult, sometimes really hard strategic choices, because we can't do everything. And so what we're going to be doing now is I'd like one spokesperson for each group to share back, not everything, but just to share back a few stakeholders in the theme that you have chosen, and then to hone in on specifically what is the get that those stakeholders would need for a collaboration across this theme to be successful. So that's the task. I'm just going to repeat that. So if you are the spokesperson, just to be really clear on the task here. So it's firstly, number one, share with us the theme that you chose. Give us some examples of some of the stakeholders who would be a part of that, sort of the ecosystem that sits underneath that theme. And then hone in on what would be some examples of the gets that those stakeholders would need to be getting. You know, it could be a return, it could be money, it could be profit, you know, it could be social value that they want to have. They may just want to get credit for it. They may be wanting to get marketing benefits. It could be all sorts of things. So I want you to give some examples of the get. And great. So we're going to start with, why don't we start with the virtual team? And I think our spokesperson is going to be Alicia. Fantastic, Alicia. You can come here. Just stand here. Yeah. Come on up. Come on up.
Okay, so obviously we have the other stakeholders that have been identified. The theme that we decided on was around sustainable land use and management and water security. Indigenous and communities is one of the stakeholders that we were looking at. So what they give that's not already identified would be around that corporate and cultural knowledge, and what they get would be that's not already identified. Obviously, it's a bit of a intangible and tangible, but it's increased production through sharing of resources. So that resources are around that intangible networks that are created, the understanding of the infrastructure that's around and the resource available. So that was ours.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Alicia, too, for making it very tangible so that we can understand it from the point of view of one of the key stakeholders, what their get is. So I would have thought you could, take that right through to social values as well. Yeah. That would have been.
And we've got social values, so this is additional to what's already been noted.
Okay, so yeah, Alicia did say that social value would be in addition to that as well. So fantastic, excellent. Right, well, let's go around the physical room. I'm going to go roaming, and so if you're the spokesperson, if you could please share with us. I'll start over here. It looks like Paul Thompson, you're the spokesperson for this group. So firstly, share what is the theme, and then give us some examples of some of the stakeholders and what would be the get for that stakeholder.
Okay, so we went looking at the supply chains, and obviously there's quite a lot of stakeholders, but one that probably doesn't come out normally is probably community, is one stakeholder out with, apart from all the obvious ones. And I guess the give from them was like acceptance of the supply chain project, and if that even is part of the CQ Inland Port or rail infrastructure or whatever that is. But so the community accepting and advocating for it to happen, and I guess the gets they would get from better supply chains, if we're using inland port and rail as one of those advantages, would be the trucks off the road. There is diversity they'll diversify the economy and jobs within that supply chain there. And another one was, again, which probably wouldn't come out normally, is like unlocking possibly the one-way car hire system we have here for travellers coming around. I mean, it's quite expensive to pick up a car in Emerald and drop it off in Longreach, but if there was better supply chains for agriculture, then that could be better used in that situation as well. So that's a variety of changing that supply chain use.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Paul. And I'd just like everyone just to sort of reflect too, by going through this process, you know, has it helped in improving our sort of empathy for the different stakeholders by trying to guess, I guess is what we're doing at this point, as to what it is that they would like to get out of it. So that's sort of one of the major purposes of us doing this, is that collaboration is hard, and having empathy for all those multiple stakeholders is the trick. So by having a guess at what we think their get is, means that we've got a starting point for a conversation. You know, like, hey, we think that this is what you want to get out of it. We think you want to make heaps of money, or we think, you know, you want to create some more jobs, or, you know, is that true? You know, and then they can say yes or no, you've heard incorrectly, or, you know, it's just a starting point for a great conversation. So let's go to the back of the room, and it looks like our spokesperson is Sarah. Simone, sorry, Simone, I knew you got the S wrong. Excellent. So we're after firstly share the theme, and then just pick out a couple of stakeholders that and bring that stakeholder to life. So we did supply chains, but we couldn't just do supply chains. We had to do a change in the supply chain. So what it actually means if the supply chain is changed rather than just stay the same. And I think from a stakeholder's point of view, what we realise is that in terms of processing, potentially freight and logistics as well, is that the market share of that, or the players in the game, come down to a very few and a very powerful number, and that any change in the supply chain, while it's left up to those very few and very powerful, probably won't happen. So what would it mean if we were able to make changes in the supply chain for those people? And in the short term, their get is probably a minus rather than a positive, but in the long term, there's probably return on investment for all. So that took up a lot of our discussion, really. I think that's awesome though, because you're really looking at the large players at the moment, and if you have a vision that it may not be aligning with the large players' short-term goals, and you've identified that, and you're actually starting to craft a pathway forward that will go beyond the short-term goals. You're thinking about the long-term goals and how we can create greater shared value by pushing through and understanding and having meaningful conversations. I'm just looking at you for a second, Simone. Have I interpreted that right? She's giving me the thumbs up. That's awesome. That's awesome long-term strategic thinking. Well done, guys. I think that's great. Over to, I reckon Helen's looking very ready. Yeah, okay, so Helen, we can't share everything, but if you can bring to life the theme, share with us. I know this team, they found it challenging to pick one theme. There were 4 and there were 5 people, and I think they at least had all 4 themes being debated. So by the time I came around, they only had a couple of minutes, so they just whipped out the final one. Maybe a bit more than 2 minutes, but they were definitely debating. So I'm really keen to hear about what that experience was like in picking a theme. Share with us the theme that you picked, and give us a couple of examples of stakeholders and what the get is. So our final choice was supply and value chains, which with more of an emphasis on value chains. We did acknowledge that all the other 3 could actually fit into value chains, and we creatively looked at options there. But I'll focus on land managers. We're not just talking farmers, we're talking about people managing their land. It could be corporates or family, but I'm going to, with the team's agreement nodding, I'm going to focus on family. So the give is, they actually give us food security, and by farming, using their experience to farm, they provide actually the world with food security. What they get is they create a sustainable family business, and they get an ongoing income as long as they manage the land and produce food. A key part, no point the land managers growing food if they aren't focused on consumers and the customers that can link the consumers to the farmer. So it's all about the market. What does the market want? Produce what the market wants. The give is that they obviously give the link to the market. They buy the product. The customers link that product to consumers. The consumers give the customers dollars, which goes, obviously goes back to the farm to some degree. And they talk with their feet, so they provide feedback. If they don't like the product, they don't buy it. And they, what did I write here? Can't read my writing. They get, what do they get? They get fed. That's right. Sustainability for all agri-businesses through, So the consumers are getting fed in a sustainable way to tickle their other needs, and have the ability to obviously do what they need to do. Food's important. It is important, and I think that message with consumers, increasingly consumers are buying with their feet from producers who have got that sustainable sensitivity and knowledge. So that's a great pickup. Bob, we're ready. So share with us a theme and just give an example of one or two stakeholders and what their get would be.
We picked supply value chain. So I just listed out some of the stakeholders there. So consumers, retailers, transporters, infrastructure, overseas, distributors, importers. Yeah, of those, it goes right through. One of the impacts that's happening, so there's a whole range of things that are going on in direct marketing right down to consolidation of local farms and that. And they're basically, what we're doing is going right through to the consumer who's paying money, getting a product, and they're asking for value for that money, but also it's leading to world stability. And that's one of the big issues that we are going to face in the future, is world stability, because without food, what have we got? Chaos and world war. So that's one of the major things that's come out of that. By doing the value chain, what we're looking for, of all these players in the chain, they're looking for an increased market size so they can get more dollars.
Thanks so much, Bob. And I really like the framework that Bob has used too, because he's done the give and the get, but he's done it by mapping it through a sort of a logical value chain as it progresses. So that's a great tip. We'll be building upon that. Have I missed out on anyone? Done everyone now? Great. Well, that concludes the workshop component. So I am going to be handing back, if I just go down the right way, I'm going to be handing over back to Matt and Alicia for the final part, which is the wrap up. So this concludes the part with me as your facilitator and as part of bringing all this together. It's been such an engaging and fun and inspiring 2 days, and I just want to thank you all again for your participation, your ideas, your openness, and it's incredible to see such a growth mindset from everybody who's been a part of it. So thank you very much for giving me that opportunity to be able to work with you all in such a meaningful way. So
I'm going to hand over to Matt. Make this a bit smaller. Over to you, Matt.
Right, now this has been a challenge. There's been lots and lots of information generated over the 2 days, and thanks very much to our guests online and yourselves here. I've got to be honest, for a lot of the big butcher paperwork, I haven't had time to go through and type a lot of things up. So I've done a snapshot from a lot of your sticket notes. What I've mentioned yesterday too, a lot of the information coming from the tables and the onlines is adding detail to what's been said before, but it's actually brought up new impact challenges and inference to the drivers and some new ideas. So hopefully I'll give you a good picture, and I'm sure I'll be picked up by some if I miss out on key points. So here we go. As far as the 4 sessions of the circularity, on the, I'm just going to go through these very quickly, so I can mumble a bit, so I hope you can understand. Look, planning and regulation and the compliance environment, not just for circularity, but it's big. People wanting not enough visible examples of what circularity or the circularity options are, not knowing what we don't know, mindsets and silos, needs for better incentives, ensuring that we're dealing with the critical mass issue, which I think someone summarised again this morning, the conflicting issue of new markets, new products. I think Bob said something this morning too. To stop the rot, Matt saying, look, we've got to deal with some things. It's just go to the source already. We should be able to do plant-based packaging, etc., like other countries are doing. So trying to deal with the end of pipe issue rather than dealing at the front of the pipe type manner. Education was big too, and it's another example. I was thinking outside the box, away from just the issue. Linking data to alternate uses, that's a great one. It's not just saying, look, we need better data. It's basically looking, how we can link that directly to different alternate uses. Local advocacy and capacity awareness building, and the ongoing issue of the economics of scale. I'm flipping that over onto the opportunity side. The education featured by many tables and people online, increasing our understanding and linking that to that culture of change, and build up the culture of circularity, data and information sharing, and making sure, yes, it's collected, it's aggregated, but as we mentioned yesterday, it needs to be disaggregated for local business as well. So specifics, biomass information and data, and I think that's Shereen yesterday asked the question, what do we do once we get that good data? And that's something we will probably have to pick up in our action planning, rather than, the first simple thing I advise with work I've done previously where people are building up good integrated data sets, is there's nothing better first off than putting it into a smart spreadsheet base. Developing platforms for data. Now this has come through and some other things as well. A lot of people mentioned, building up apps, and that came out last meeting as well. The issue is a lot of times is, it's probably apps out there already, but our issue is connectivity, and that's the same with the tourism as well. So that people are wanting those data platforms once we do agree that better data across the border region needs to be pulled together. So have I missed anything there from your online team? No, all good? Right, look, agri-tourism, I'll try not to, what I've already mentioned about the cross-setting areas, but the poor connectivity, out here, we've already been faced with many from down at SEQ saying, oh, we've got an app for that, we've got an app for this, an app for that. But that might, you don't get good phone connectivity in the North Emerald, so that's a big thing for us, that we need to work with smart technology. There is, I know around the corner, the use of GPS data and being able to farm data from satellites and send, new forms of data that we, the signage for tourism, etc. Having youth in the room, the boom to Zoom, I just can't get out of my head. That's great. I know that went into the food, the beer trail type stuff. But that's a great cat's cry for me anyway. Is that new perspective on attracting youth out here? And later on, the same youth perspective came up in another theme. Peer mentoring. Again, the burden of regulation and the costs therefore, and out of some of the tables here is actually that scares people off from even trying, just hearing bad stories from others. The general fear that, you know, I don't know what to do, I don't know, I'm not a marketable person, therefore I'm not I can't get into that agri-tourism and the extension through to retailing, etc. Not enough of us working together, that's a number of times. Staffing issues, accessibility and risks, you know, from climate through to different environments to risk insurance and costs to and interruptions to existing operations. Flipping that around, food trails again was quite strong, but more information that we need to be careful with our product development, product ID, product development, product improvement, product authenticity, and need flipping the regulatory burdens, you know, needing to target local government first as far as the planning and other regulatory barriers, linking agri-tourism to indigenous and cultural tourism, and tourism and agri-tourism operators being good promoters for the better stories about agriculture and rural development. And that was also a point made by another active member, Alan Smith, at our last workshop. Digital platforms, we've already spoken about the use of them, but we need to be aware of the connectivity issue. Here's youth again, selling ag venture. I mean, that's, again, comments from our only youth representative here for the last 2 days. Calendars of work as far as the availability of work and building on that gap year type of idea for working in the bush. So how have we gone there? Please, you happy with that? Now, this morning, the SLM, you know, first lessons learned even from the organisers is being careful with terminology and definitions. I'm not a great one for everything to be defined. I think the last workshop I mentioned about defining circularity or circular economy opportunities. We don't want anything to feed what lawyers did for 10 years trying to define the environment for no real outcome. So look, it's just, the thing is, it's just not camping on farms. Yeah, there's a whole link to local retailing and farm to fork and all that type of stuff. But with SLM, the same thing. We chose the word sustainable land management because that's an international term. It's all encompassing everything from holistic farming to rotational farming to, you know, sustainability practices. But I understand it did confuse some in our audience, and I apologise for that. But it was also trying to grab all that regenerative, holistic type of way, you know, new ways of thinking. Good, a different reflection on the regulatory burdens is actually the equity in compliance. So obviously some acceptance, you need some, you know, some compliance type of systems, but it's not fair that you're actually out here and you have to basically do an EIS this thick for what's just a general activity on farms. Yes, I think from our first workshop, someone mentioned it's like doing an EIA for a coal mining operation. Just to get a basic approval through on land. The soil moisture needing to retain our catchments drying out and looking at how we get that you know, soil moisture management better worked out. Comment about market failure, you know, that resource use planning or resource use not being valued well. That's been going on for many decades, and we will hope that we've moved a bit further forward. A good one that's a challenge for what we're doing anyway is, you know, the difference in the biomes across the territory we're working in. The 3 regions we're going from, you know, driest line down Burners Boot out west to moist tropical and semi-tropical forests. The difference in risks, climate, values, productive systems and environmental conditions. You know, these are still the barriers. Banking and other pressures, you know, the conversation I had with someone actually was the point they made on yesterday as well, is that the influence of bankers now being able to manipulate sorry, inverted commas, what actually happens on farm. They're not a service provider anymore, they're a service maker for other people. Because of the general feeling in that table where we're talking, I should say. Ferals and the invasive species. We need better knowledge of our water systems, mindset changes, political adversity, and what was mentioned in the summarise this morning, that critical mass where we're going in the future. I think that comment was made to do with some comments yesterday, but it's come out again with our link to the supply and value chains. To the positives, the demonstration pilots, local, I've just left it as that, but elsewhere it's looking at that whole within catchment, maintaining water in the catchments basically. And just as a matter of interest, that's very similar to other sciences, that the Australian rainfall and runoff system that since 1987 has that already built into the ability to work out how to manage the water within catchments. So the systems are there at the top level, but I think the argument on past meetings, and it was raised again today, was actually have some pilots where you get groups of interested parties together to look at how we can manage on-farm water systems better and link that to sustainable practices. Shared cultural practices, again that link to the indigeneity and the use of fire sticks and good fire management in the future as part of good sustainable land management. Mindful of communities, making sure that whatever we do in these spaces, and it did in common say yesterday as well, that there's benefit for all. I think that came up when I wasn't concentrating when I was writing this out in this last discussion as well. Better financial incentives, and the comment was more about the perverse disincentives that are there. So they were sort of signaling a negative and probably going to go to our southern partners and basically saying we should have incentives for people to come out away from coast to demonstrate and work with better land management practices. I think this came out again strongly by the group in summary this morning, making sure we're investing in people, specific sustainability practices by land management units. So there's a different flow on, there are the best management practices for various sub-industry groups, and even in agriculture. But I think the comment again was from our youthful partner was saying, well, look, why don't we do that by land management units? We would know, some of our land out here is, we've got ancient soils out the west. So having best management practices to those type or certain type of soils and their ability and linking that to future climate change and what the future crops should be in the future type of thing. So it's basically a different way of looking at sustainability practice. And the same person, the country exposure to youth and using tech to drive future education. As part of education, get kids keen on the rural scene. Natural capital and the carbon within, tied up with, the reason I put it down is tying up with regenerative and better water management systems in the future. So it builds on what we've had said and comments previously from other workshops. The last session, and if I was getting myself organised, I'm certainly going to miss out a lot of points in the last session too. So, do you want to cover those, mate? Okay. Excuse me. Obviously, I didn't get to meeting up my comments in this last session. Right. I think Sarah summarised this morning or somewhere. My mind's a bit messy going through notes at the moment. But the critical mass issue is a key challenge with the supply chains and working through those issues with choke points, etc. And I think someone else made a comment that we're still operating in the silos. Planning regulation, but turning that around, helping the planners, a better understanding with our local government practitioners and others who are involved with the supply and value chains. Targeting small-scale farms and education measures how to tap into supply and how to be involved in value adding. Generally, as challenges, key a lack of incentives to invest in the regions, perverse investment incentives that the point was on the note to SEQ. I don't know, it was a general comment just saying, you know, policy investment regimes have a model for what people know around SEQ and not too suited up here and not enough incentive to reinvest in the regions. Energy sources and costs out here, and that's we had a nasty letter from Ergon, I think most businesses out here about 18 months ago about not being able to guarantee a certain amount of supply of power. That has stimulated some bioenergy ideas out here, but it's obviously a big challenge for a lot of small and bigger businesses. Value adding, getting decent value adding in local scene, getting data transparency and food safety linked to value adding was a challenge. The opportunities, I didn't get to summarise those points, I don't think. But, just hand over to you, at least. You got. Sorry, guys. I've got that. I know I had been a bit of paper, but I think I've left them back over to the table there. Just on the opportunities for the supply chain data.
Okay, so opportunities with supply chains and value chains. I think we've identified quite a few, and I probably haven't got that level of detail across the different papers that we all worked on, so I'm not going to actually summarise them here today. What I'm going to do is wrap up what has been a truly wonderful event. Thank you all for your participation. From here, the process will be that we go through this design phase, but thinking about how we do this as a collaborative effort. We do this through achieving some actions on ground. So this will be the challenge that the project team has from here on in. We test through being involved and being engaged in the projects that we develop up from the actions that we've identified through this workshop process. And we monitor by keeping that participation going on those stakeholders at all levels, because we're all in this together. So for those online, thank you very much. You've been inspiring. For those that are in the building, thank you very much for travelling here today. Safe travels back to your destinations, and you'll be hearing from us shortly about what comes next. Thank you very much.
Just to add that final thank you. So I think Sarah, you off and going with Cassie again now. No. I'd like to thank Cassie for organising your visitations over the last 2 days. She's done a great job putting that all together for the whole 2 days. Thanks very much for your time.
Hearing about what you're doing next. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Oh,